small, Polynesian small. Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz?
Polynesian swan. Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
spawn.
The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
Hello there.
The Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian spawn.
The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian spawn.
The Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian spawn. 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 Polynesian spa. The 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 Polynesian The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian swan.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
The Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian swan.
The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? 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 You like
The Polynesian swan.
like jazz? You 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 like jazz?
The Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? 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 Jazz? You like 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 jazz?
The Polynesian swan. 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 Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? like jazz?
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz? You
The
like jazz?
Polynesian spa.
You like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? Jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? Jazz? You like 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 jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa.
like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa. 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 The Polynesian spa.
The Polynesian
Polynesian Spa. The 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 Polynesian Spa.
The Polynesian Spa.
The Polynesian Spa. The Polynesian Spa.
The Polynesian Spa.
The Polynesian Spa.
like jazz? You like jazz? You like
The Polynesian spa. General Kenobi, you are a bold one. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
you like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? jazz? You like jazz? Jazz? You like 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 you like jazz?
The Polynesian star.
You like jazz?
The Polynesian star.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian star. The Polynesian star.
Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? Jazz?
The Polynesian swan.
You like jazz? You like jazz? Jazz? You like 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 You like jazz? Jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? jazz?
The Polynesian star.
The Polynesian star. The Polynesian star.
jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? Jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz? Jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz? 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 You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz? You like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian star.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Polynesian swells. The Polynesian swells. The Polynesian swell.
Polynesian swell.
Polynesian swell. The Polynesian swell. The Polynesian swell. Polynesian sword. Polynesian sword. The Polynesian sword.
Polynesian sword. Polynesian sword. The Polynesian sword.
The Polynesian swan. The Polynesian swan.
You like
The Polynesian spa. The Polynesian spa.
Polynesian spa.
you like jazz? You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa.
You like jazz?
The Polynesian spa. Upala mi zmysła. Upala mi zmysła.
Dopala mi zmysła.
You like jazz?
Hey Alex, how's it going? I don't think I've seen you for a while. Or maybe I have, I just don't remember. I'm just hanging out. It's a very quiet evening tonight. Very, very slow. I did have a very weird crash happen earlier. I was, walking along as I do, and it just crashed straight to desktop. It was very strange. And I had to re-walk like 3 kilometers. It was very weird. I don't know what caused it, but it didn't happen again. Yeah, so I think I lost about 10 minutes, but I mean, it's not too big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. I don't have crashes like that very often, so it's not terribly concerning. So hopefully it just doesn't happen again. I'm more worried about, like, world corruption than anything else. But if the world gets corrupted, I can always just rip out the level dat and then, regenerate it. Happy late New Year. It's like been almost 3 weeks, man. I think you're a bit late on that front. Well, happy late New Year to you too. 18 days later. Oh, really? Yeah, I was on vacation from the 28th through the 14th, or through the 11th. So, over New Year's I was gone. Although I still carried on with my walking. Let's see. There's a forest fire. That's lovely. Hoping that I can get to 500,000, although that doesn't seem very likely. I'll be somewhere over 60,000. If I can shave off a bit, almost 2 hours of time, then I might be able to do it, but that's... I don't know, it seems pretty unlikely. What are you going to do when you reach the world border? So I'm going to build a flagpole and a house. The flagpole is a very simple design. I actually built the exact same flagpole at the Corn Farmlands.
The Polynesian star.
But I'm going to make that American flagpole again. And, of course, build my house. And then after that, I'm probably going to be building signs for people on the world border itself. Which you should be able to place blocks in the... Yeah, you can place blocks in the border, pretty sure. If not, I can just use scaffolding to make it happen. Yeah, I obviously don't know how many signs I'll have to make. It could be a few, it could be a lot. I could spend many weeks doing that. I don't know. I'll probably do those in like subsequent streams of just me building a bunch of damn signs. Oh great, there's a swamp. I hate this. Because I still have to make like some kind of palette for it, I guess, and then start like farming materials for it. I'm also gonna need bamboo for scaffolding blocks.
The Polynesian smell.
Because those are fairly useful.
The Polynesian smell.
Yeah, we will find out. I might actually end up going into the Nether and upgrading all of my gear because, I mean, why the hell not? It might help. I don't know. May have to make farms out here at the world border for materials depending on like what kind of quantity I'll need. If it's like not many signs I have to make, then I can probably get away with not having to do that. But if I have to make like a lot of signs, I'm talking like multiple hundreds, then like I don't know. I might need a lot of materials for that. Yeah, I finally get all the way to the world border, upgrade my equipment. I just gotta not die in the Nether, which shouldn't be too difficult. I can always brew some potions of fire res so I can not burn to death in the lava. It shouldn't be too difficult. I would need a decent amount of netherite though. Oh man, my head hurts. The other issue I'd have is not having XP in any meaningful quantity. I know how to solve that. It wouldn't really be the most elegant solution, but it could work. Although, now that I think about it, I don't even know how to get the materials required. I can't exactly go to the end. So it might not be that feasible to make a giant gold farm like that. I mean, I could just walk back across the nether roof, but that doesn't seem like it's worth the time. By the way, did you, no, I'm still in 1.17, see? I'm going to upgrade to 1.18 once I've hit my final stop. The only reason I haven't updated is because I'm like 90% sure you have to do a world conversion. And plus I'd need to set up a fabric instance and make sure I have all the up-to-date fabric mods I'm using for performance. And honestly, that's time that I could spend when I'm like waiting between the final stop and the final stream. So it makes more sense for me to stay with the instance I already have set up and ready to go, rather than, not necessarily waste time, but use time when I could be walking and then do it later when it just makes more sense. Although I do have a strategy for minimizing the conversion time, making this 1.18. The world a bit glitchy? Are you talking about that, that weird, like thing where the blocks, like, lose texture?
The Polynesian smell.
I don't know if that's something with the sodium renderer, or if it's, like, a problem. It could be multiple things. It could be the GPU. Although I kind of doubt it, because I don't experience that when playing other versions of Minecraft. And I've never experienced it on this laptop before, because I've had this computer for about 3 years. It could also just be because of my distance out. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't happen too often, but, just a bunch of blocks unrendered. Okay. I don't know, it doesn't really impede gameplay. The worst bug that I have to deal with is the bug that occurs whenever I'm breaking blocks. I can demonstrate it for you if you wish. It does get fairly annoying when trying to chop down trees. Let me find a nice flat spot to demonstrate this with. It's stone. Actually, no, I could probably just break it with a fist. Alright, here's a good spot. So, let's see, it does it right here. So that does it at the correct spot. You see how it broke? Oops. And it was right there? If I do it here, it's gonna be there. If I do it here, it's gonna be there. So sometimes whenever I'm chopping down trees, you'll see that the block is in the wrong spot like that. That's not supposed to pop out right there. It should be, you know, right next to that. I don't know what the exact cause is. It's probably something to do with floats, because it started occurring after 16.7 million blocks. I noticed it at first when, because obviously I don't do much building, so I don't really ever have much reason to break any blocks. Even when I go up mountains, I just use water buckets. I noticed it when I was building the 17 million sign, because I was mining a bunch of clay out of the mesa, and I kept noticing that like the blocks were appearing in like in the ground and then like shooting out somewhere. And, like, you know, immediately I caught on to that. I'm like, that's kind of strange. Like, that's not supposed to happen. And so, like, I started, like, observing it, like, more closely whenever I was breaking the blocks, and pretty quickly realized what was going on. It's essentially just snapping to those lines. So that was fairly cool, in a way. But yeah, the TLDR is floating points, which is more than likely the issue. At least I'm led to believe that because of the distance it started at. Message. But yeah, that's my only experience with any kind of bugs. It's certainly better than, you know, Minecraft as a slideshow, as it is in beta. Especially when you got double offset. Double offset was not fun. Although I got used to it, it was still not fun. I still sometimes wouldn't properly break trees. There were quite a few bugs playing in beta 1.7. The spawn chunk glitch is the most, like, I think, egregious bug, although it is still very cool. I did learn quite a bit about it just from, like, my run-ins with the bug myself. Discovered all kinds of new behavior with it. Stuff that just wasn't previously known before. Probably the weirdest one was definitely seeing, like, chunks that weren't loaded in the proper location for whatever reason. Like, just having a random chunk of desert mountain in the middle of an ocean looked pretty dang weird. Although that's a fairly simple fix of just relogging. Although you gotta be careful, you can't corrupt your world. I did have a very strange bug one time that occurred when, this was like very early in the morning. I had just started walking that day. It was like a weekend. I was just walking. I crashed the desktop. And I thought, okay, that's weird. Got the old Minecraft is crash error message, the old one. So I kind of like restarted the game, except for whatever reason it like loaded from a different directory. Like my Farlands world wasn't in there. I was super confused. I closed it and relaunched it, and it, like, you know, it was fine. I double checked, the world folder was still in the folder. I have no idea, like, what directory it tried to open. It was very strange. I don't remember what episode that occurred in. Like, I can't even find out where it was. It's recorded somewhere in that entire series. If you ever decide to walk to the Farlands, beware of the falling sand. It's an annoyance. I'm not getting very lucky with oceans today, so I'm probably not going to get to 500. I'm not going to force myself to stay awake for that. So I guess I'll probably end up reaching 500 on Thursday. Still on track for what I need, though. I only needed to get to 400 today. So I'm still slightly ahead of what I needed. Hopefully I can make some time up on this weekend coming up. One can help at least. Sometimes I consistently overshoot like what my intended goal is. Sometimes going like 100 extra kilometers. It's pretty wild how much this can vary.
The Polynesian smile.
Some moves. How old am I this year? Do you mean like how old am I currently, or how old am I going to be when my birthday happens? I'll be 25 this year. In just under 6 months, I will be 25. My birthday is on July 16th. And then I will officially be old. That's fast. Jeez, that's quite the difference there.
The Polynesian star.
It'll go a lot faster, trust me. Ugh. At least once you get like out of high school, then it goes like ridiculously fast. I guess the hard part is getting through that in the first place. I think the hydraulics of my chair are busted. I'm gonna throw this thing out of the window. Ugh. Wait, is this working? Okay, yeah, it is. I don't know if the chat window in OBS is working or not. Need to see about getting a overlay that I can use, because I can get one that I can get it that works well with Minecraft. Because it's definitely not conducive, the solution I'm using. Although I can't exactly just plug a second monitor into this. It's not going to work very well.
The Polynesian star.
Uh-oh. Alright.
The Polynesian star.
That's a little sour. Ooh. Out of the way, cows. Be gone, bovines!
The Polynesian star. The Polynesian star.
Alright. I've been stuck in this forest forever. I'd like a large ocean. I want to see one for like a couple of hours. Yeah, this is probably not going to be a very good day for progress. Oh well. Shouldn't impede me. Excuse me. Is that an ocean? It looks like a lake.
The Polynesian star.
That's a tree blocking the riverbed. That's nice. Yeah, okay, that is a lake. That is a very large lake.
The Polynesian star.
Although that looks like a beach, so I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Nice. Okay. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, it's gonna have to wait until I transition to ocean biomes.
The Polynesian swan.
Oh, welcome back, Alex. Didn't work on that long, just a few minutes. Should probably remake my BRB screen. Hey man, no worries. Do what you gotta do. Actually, do I have that GIF in my DMs with Argrid? Check. Pin messages. Nope. See if he responds. All I need is that is just that as source image. Can you show me FB mode? I want to see specs. Yeah, sure. Here's all the system specs. No dolphin.
The Polynesian spark.
Dang it. Come on. Core i3? Jeez. My PC specs are better. I have a Core i9. Yeah, but this laptop I'm using is a lower end from what I have tech-wise. It's still working pretty well. It's over 3 years old now, I think. When did I buy this? I bought this right after. No, it's not 3 years old. It's about 2.5 now. Because I bought it right after I moved into my current place in 2019. Because the old one started dying. Or rather, the fans were trash. It had very poor like cooling for the fans. Not much I could have done about that. This one's design is at least better in terms of like heat distribution. I still need to get my main PC prepared though, or at least swap out the cooling. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the issue is.
The Polynesian spark. The Polynesian spark.
What's your question? No, I'm not. It's a very specific question. Why do you ask that question of all things? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but like, why that one specifically? Yeah, I've always been a fan of like eating meat and like animal products. Love me scrambled eggs. That's pretty good. I usually get that every morning for breakfast. Iced out food? What do you mean by that? Like frozen? I'm confused. I've never heard of this. Oh, like ice cream and slushy. Yeah, those are pretty good. I like milkshakes. Milkshakes are pretty good. Ah, Joko. Joko, I see you in there. Your watch is iced? What? What does that mean? Joko, I see you hiding, Joko. You can't escape me. What? Man, I feel old. I don't know what this means. So, what you could do to kind of remedy that is just slowly ease into it. Because running is mostly stamina. It is mostly stamina. In fact, it's basically what running is. It's just stamina. So that's something that you have to like build up. It takes a long time and like a lot of persistence to it. But once you have that stamina built, it's fairly easy to like pick it back up if you ever drop off with it. It can still be tough, yeah. Are you like suffering from muscle atrophy? Because like cups are fairly light. Unless it's like made of lead. If you got a lead cup, then I don't tell you about that. Alright, I think I have my episode title though. It's gonna be called Lead Cup. I'm gonna write this in the channel. 20 kilograms?
The Polynesian star.
I don't know what that is in pounds. Although it's 20 kilograms, I assume it's not. I assume that's not light.
The Polynesian star. 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 The Polynesian star.
Oh, hey Cash. Long time no see, dude. I think it's been like a few weeks since I've seen you. Pretty good. Why did the chicken cross the road? Oh, crap, I'm still underwater. The walking's going pretty good, Cash. As you can see, I'm fairly far out there. In fact, one could say I'm fairly close to the world border. To cross the other side. Alright. I got one for you in the same vein. My little brother actually taught me this one. So, why did the chicken cross the road? So awesome. Yeah, dude, Cash, I'm expecting to get there on possibly the 30th. It's looking very, very likely that that will happen. The reason I say that is because based off of what I normally go on like given weekdays, on Saturday the 29th is when I'm expecting to hit 29.9. Awesome. I think you've been with me since through the entirety of this journey, haven't you? I think you showed up right after the Farlands. I can't exactly remember. It's been quite a while since that happened. She wasn't saying. Yeah. My hand's twitching. Alright, well, that's done. I showed up as you were reaching the Farlands. Oh, did you show up with the... Did you show up from Aunt Venom's tweet? You did not? Okay. You must have found me beforehand, then. Okay, either way. Someone said your name in another streamer's chat, so I checked you out. Oh, yeah, I remember, like, you told me that, like, somebody was posting about me in some other chat, and then... Yeah, okay, now I remember. It's hard to keep track of everything. I follow this. She was the same. Yeah, so I expect to be at 29.9 on the 29th. Like, that's what I expect my stopping distance to be based off of what I normally go. However, consistently, I have shot ahead of where I will typically expect. That was terrible, wouldn't it? I'll typically go further than what I normally expect to go. So that means that I probably will finish earlier in the day on Saturday, depending if I can save like another 100 or 200 kilometers. Yeah, so it all depends on like how lucky I get with oceans, really. Which some days I'm very, very lucky. I've gone very fast sometimes. But even if I'm like not at 29.9, if I'm at say like 850,000 on Saturday, I'll go ahead and call it because I'll still be able to walk 150 kilometers the next day and reach the world border. If I can get like an extra like 100 or 200 kilometers saved over the next couple of weeks, then that'll be like some good wiggle room there. That way I can have more of Saturday for like making any preparations and stuff. Ooh, I love this song. This is a good song. What streamer did you originally come from? That's a lot of thumbs, my dude. That's quite a few thumbs. This is such a good piece of music. The one time you tuned into a random stream, you got redirected here. Surprisingly, I haven't seen as much like there were like a couple of Reddit posts that I saw about me from like people I've never met of me going to the Quarter Farlands, and this is like well before I even reached it. But I've seen literally nothing about the current thing I'm doing anywhere. And like I'm significantly closer to the world border than I ever was to the Farlands. Shut up, Sans. Check this chest over here. Are you going to beat the current world border record? What do you mean current world border record? Yo, what the hell? It's the second one today. I found 4 in the past 2 days. Man, that's ridiculous. Again, suck it, Ant Venom. Found more golden apples quicker than you have. No. No human has ever walked across the overworld to the world border. I clarify with human because, you know, people have set baritone bots, obviously. That happened a few years ago. But as for a human to, like, cover all 30 million blocks actively playing the game? Nope. At least not that I could find. I did do a decent bit of scouring back in August to try and, like, you know, make sure. Like, I was just kind of curious. Because, you know, I thought, like, someone's had to have done it, right? And then I kept searching with Google, Reddit, those are the 2 major sources I was looking through. And I couldn't find anything. In fact, the only answers I could find for, like, even how long it would take to reach the world border was using the baritone bot's time, which is 3,380 hours. And, I just did simple math based off of, like, a very quick experiment I did. Or, not even that. Like, just using the baseline of how quickly I walked 100 kilometers. That's typically 5 hours. I used that as the baseline and determined that it actually takes me less hours than it took me to walk to the Quarter Farlands. So, like, if you Google the answer of how long does it take to walk to the world border, you're gonna get the wrong answer, and it's gonna look deceptively long. Okay, Alex, take care, man. Have a good night. Because I've only done about 1,300 hours. I say only, 1,300 hours is quite a long time to do the same thing over and over again. I could have dumped that in the EU4 or anything else. But yeah, that's it's only 1,300 hours, the Farlands journey was over 1,700 hours. I actually do remember, like, when I was searching all this information up. It was August 15th. It was a dark night on a weekend, I think. I think it was a Sunday, actually. But I basically got bored because I was playing RimWorld after doing the 100 kilometers that I would do every day. Because I started out by doing just 100 kilometers. So, like, on the weekends, I would do, you know, other shit that wasn't walking. But I got bored in the evening time. And then I started to, like, walk again just because I was bored. And then I looked up this information. And, like, after just doing that searching for, you know, maybe like 10, 15 minutes, I was like, yeah, no one's ever done that before. And, at the time, I kind of, like, understood my own limitations. Not limitations, but, like, I understood what I could do because of the experience I had already with walking absurdly long distances for no reason. And so I determined, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can accomplish this. I can do it. And then I just started sinking more time into it like I was doing previously. And here I am. If I had actually, like, done this pace right out of the gate, because I started on July 16th, then I would have already been at the world border. But I didn't, but yeah, I can't really change that. Besides, it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm like basically 1.5 million blocks away. Which is absurdly close when you think about how far of a distance this is. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The only downside is, I have a very warped perception of distance. I no longer consider like 100,000 blocks very far. Someone should let Aunt Venom know your arrival date. I've been in contact with him since October. Like, he's already well aware of when my arrival date is. Because every time I've changed it, I've given him heads up. I go 10,000 blocks, and I'm like, I can't get home now. Yeah, 10,000 blocks, that's just half an hour for me. I also do have quite a few advantages compared to anybody else that attempts to start walking to the world border. Namely, I already had the experience of walking to the Farlands, so like I was no stranger to walking absurdly far distances. Because there's quite a few mental barriers that go into doing that. You have to break quite a few barriers, like mentally. It can be challenging, it can be easy, it all depends on your personality. But I already broke through those, so it wasn't really a problem at that point. The other advantage that I ended up having was partially due to the fact that I got blown up and restarted, was I took the time to make gear and make, you know, good gear. I don't have to worry about, you know, making sure this stuff stays together because it has mending. I refill the XP bar of the tools by killing pigs, right? So because of that, I only have to worry about food. And for food, I developed the method of using all the campfires to cook the food fairly quickly. So like when this pork chop runs out, I'm going to cook all 6 stacks of the pork chops using 20 campfires, and I do it in like a couple of minutes. That's good because it frees me up from having to use coal. As well, I stopped the practice of making hidey holes at the end of the it, because I didn't really need them. Because I was in hardcore mode, breaking the bed anyways, so it didn't matter. Additionally, because of that, I only have to have, well, this is just Minecraft mechanics, but I only had to make 1 boat, or if I somehow forget them, then I have to make another boat. But I reuse the same boat and the same bed. Oops. So I don't have to worry about making more boats or beds like I did during the Farlands journey, but that's mostly due to the mechanical changes in Minecraft. And then... what was the other thing? Alright, yeah, so because of all those, like, optimizations I've done, specifically with the tools and armor, along with the food setup, I don't have to stop and scavenge through, like, you know, temples, ruined portals, although sometimes I still do open chests just for shits and giggles. But I don't have to stop and loot for these things to try and get better gear, because I already have effectively the best gear that I can get. And it does the job that it needs to, and it does it fairly quickly. So I don't have to waste time stopping here. I can just continue to zoom. Same thing with like stopping for like treasure chests and ships, right? I don't gotta do that. I can just keep walking. It frees up more of that time that I would stop spending looting stuff and allows me to just walk. Sorry that was a bit long-winded. That's like the main advantages that I have. I guess as well time. I did find another guy who is also attempting to walk to the world border. He's doing it as to break the world record for longest journey from like Guinness. Yeah, because it's only like I think 3.9 million in that book, which I mean, like multiple people have already broken that, anyways. But I think he has more available time overall than I do. So, but he's only he's going for 5 hours every day, so he's making really good progress. Right, it'll only take him about a year to get there. The thing is, I'm putting more of my time in per day. That's like the main difference is like specifically like how much time I'm throwing into this. Like on a weekend, I literally do nothing but walk, which thankfully I guess I'm only doing for like a couple more weekends. Not even. About another weekend of just pure walking. Which is bittersweet, because it... Actually, no, that's probably good, because it makes the weekends go by really fast. I don't like that. I don't think I've had a weekend where I've fully relaxed in, like, almost over a year. Yeah, I had some back in July and June, but yeah, it wasn't for that long. Yeah. That guy's a decent distance out, too. He said, I think 1.25 million? I don't know. He's probably closer to 1.5 now. But he's going about 100 kilometers per day. So yeah, it should take him about 300 days to get there. Which is a bit under a year. It is. I've popped into his chat a couple of times just to speak to him. Obviously I didn't like barge in there saying, "Hey man, I'm almost to the world border," because that's pretty damn rude. I didn't do that. But I did pop in to give him some encouragement. My only hope is that, like, you know, he doesn't find out that I've beaten him to the world border and just give up. I like him to keep going. Because he certainly has the capability. These wolves. It's nice to see other people walking. There are a few people walking to the Farlands. Yeah, it all depends. Like, there's some people that are like significant distances. Most people are under 1 million, which typically what I do is the one thing that makes me pay attention heavily to somebody walking is if they've gone like a fairly significant distance of the way there, and if they're like very consistent. Like if I see somebody uploading like at least like every day on that stuff, it's like, okay, that's somebody to pay attention to, because they're probably just gonna keep doing it, because once you make this a routine, it's fairly easy to just do that. Like, I don't have to think about you know, what I'm doing right now. It's just part of my day. It's about as natural as getting up and going to work or sleeping. Ah, crap, not pork chops. Hopefully... I might just want to do it before I cross the mountains. Yeah. I think I'll do that. Oh, let's go close these. Oops. I can't see the grass sometimes. It's the only downside to having like the variations in grass height. Sometimes I just can't see it. Sorry, I got distracted. Some asshole just ran. Yo, you play Elite Dangerous? Yo! Hang on. I need to place all these things down. Yo, that's a fun game. I'm God, when did I start playing? Like 2019? Yeah, like late 2019. I haven't played it in a while, obviously. But man, that is a fun game. Some asshole just ran me Elite Dangerous as soon as I got to my destination. That's fucked. Hear Minecraft sounds and space sounds. Yeah, you know, nothing like hearing somebody eat a pork chop in Minecraft while your frame shift drive charging. I guess I'm in the middle of a long space journey that I haven't touched in a while. Man, all the way back to 2015? I need to... I don't know why, but I can't connect to Frontier servers on this computer. I don't know why. It works fine on my PC, but it does not work very well on this. Like it works fine in terms of like playability, but like I can't connect to the server for whatever reason. Yeah, it is really weird. But currently I'm like somewhere in the Galactic Core region, because I decided to go on a journey from the bubble to the Colonia region, and then from Colonia I ended up going to the Sagittarius A star just to check it out. The expedition plan was to then return from there to go to, I believe, the Eagle Nebula and go to the Pillars of Creation. And then from there, go back to the bubble. Although, you haven't really moved since, like, early 2020, maybe. Yeah, I haven't played in quite a while. It's been over 2 years, I think. Yeah, I haven't made the journey yet, but I'm saving up for an Aspect Spore. I think that's what I'm driving right now. I made a crap ton of money off of, like, passing through and hawking systems. It was crazy. I know there's people that play that game religiously, and it's honestly insane. If I had more time to sink into a space sim, I would absolutely no-life that game, but unfortunately I have to work, which is fairly boring. There's a welcome message here. Who is this? I've never seen them before. Bit of a wave. Sorry. Yeah, I have several religious elite friends. They clump together. That's funny. I played for so long because you used to be able to boost it on a Mac, and that was all I had because it was a gift. I recently got a new computer. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I've told you my PC is kind of brokey right now. I can't exactly use it, which is fairly annoying because I haven't had it for that long. I think I'm gonna replace the case fan in the AIO. Yeah, fortunately I still have my laptop, so I, whipped it back out, reconfigured everything, and... Sarcasm that sucks, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was fairly annoying. Once I diagnosed the problem, it made more sense. Basically, like, I think the AIO is broken, because A, I don't feel any vibration on the pump, and B, when I'm playing Minecraft, the temperature's rising almost to 110 Celsius, which shouldn't really be happening, because I'm playing fucking Minecraft. Basically, what would happen was the clock speeds would fall, and it wouldn't get above like 800 megahertz. And then, like, from there, it heavily affected the frame rate and the chunk load times, because all that shit's handled by CPU in Minecraft. So it just kind of fucked everything over. Though I have no idea how to do fan replacement, so that'll be fun to learn. Yeah, Elite Dangerous is a fun game, though. I love that game. Yeah. So I need to hook it back up to the motherboard. What made you think that I was an Elite player? Is it because of the ramblings I do about space sometimes? Yeah, it's pretty grueling to sit there and like hog through thousands of systems to try and go to a random destination of the Milky Way. I'm sure there's the occasional female out there in space. They're few and far between. Shoot, what was I gonna say? The other space game that I have absolutely loved playing since like 2012 was Kerbal Space Program. One of my favorite games. I love me some explosions and some rocketry. That is, I can't wait for the sequel to come out. I've been waiting on that since like the announcement trailer. The two main stereotypes are just guys and bisexual women. It's a lonely world out there in space. I can't remember how I found Elite. I think it was from YouTube. Yeah, actually, yeah, I do know. I was watching Scott Manley, and that video was just like recommended on the side, and so I was like, "Oh, this looks interesting." Clicked on it, watched him play Elite Dangerous for like 40 minutes, and I was like, "Yo, this looks like fun." Dude, I can't wait till KSP 2 comes out. Literally looking through space games. Yeah, that might do it. I found KSP because I began watching Kurt. You know, the Farlands guy? That's what, I've always had a nice, like, you know, love for space, but, like, I found that just through Kurt because he played it. I was like, yo, this looks like fun too. He's been weirdly obsessed with finding every piece of space media on the internet in 2004. Yeah, shoot, I used to have a bunch of like astronomy books when I was like a little kid. Space and like rocketry is like fascinating stuff. I still have the astronomy books. I went to college for astrophysics. Oh, you went to college for astrophysics. That's pretty cool. Right, either it's really cool or it probably like, you know, sucked. One or the other. Ah, okay. I've got a lot of very not passing. I've got a lot of very specific niche interests. One of those is space. The other is long Minecraft projects. That's what I do. Back to school for physics. I'm still trying to figure out like what to go to school for. I've got a very basic knowledge of like electronics that I've gotten from schooling over the past couple of years, but like definitely not a working knowledge of electronics. But it's something I'm already familiar with and stuff that I definitely like messing with. Make things, fix things. Yeah, I like troubleshooting things just because it is a problem to solve. Solving those problems is very satisfying once you eventually get the right answer. Although, it's either that or like the troubleshooting super frustrating. Like when I wasn't able to run Minecraft for 5 hours, I kept crashing the desktop, only to realize the graphics driver was out of date. So, spent 5 hours following around just to fix that. Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of that space stuff. I also particularly like enjoy doing Minecraft building now, which I didn't like not even a few years ago. It's a very good medium for expressing creativity. I see why people just do. There are people that just do this stuff for a living because they can usually do stuff like that on YouTube, especially like the really talented people. Absolutely agree. Yeah, like, part of the... Oh, wait, okay, since you like space sims, do you play RimWorld at all? It's not a space sim, but it's still a sim. I feel like the kind of person that would play Elite Dangerous might also play RimWorld. Okay. Okay, watch Let's Plays, but not played it. Yeah, okay. Mystic, one of my mods here, he got me into it back in like mid-2020, and oh my god, I love that game. I just really enjoy simulators. But that's like probably one of my favorite simulators I've ever played. It's got a bit of a learning curve to it, don't get me wrong, but like it's really fun once you get everything going. Before I got off on that tangent, but like back to the building thing in Minecraft is like what I plan to do after this is quite simply just play beta Minecraft, and some of the stuff like I'll be doing on there is like just, you know, building projects, making cool infrastructure things. I mean, I have a whole like idea planned out for when our world's updated to like 1.2. This song again. I think it's looping again incorrectly. Oh well. It's 8:24. Basically, I'll explain my idea here, but are you aware of the way that Minecraft used to like distribute biomes prior to 1.7? So between beta 1.8 and 1.7, like the way it distributed biomes, where it clumped everything together into like continents, and you had the massive oceans between them. It's pretty easy to view if you're like on a midst. That's probably what everyone would look like. Yeah, so like it looks different to the way the biomes are distributed now. The way they're distributed now looks a lot closer to the way beta generated things. But because of that, like, kind of continental, I guess, biome system that was in place during those versions, I had the idea of essentially finding, like, a continent to claim as my own, and, of course, building, like, a civilization that spans across the entire thing. But, like, not just stopping there, but going, like, kind of, like, deeper and, like, crafting fictitious histories for these locations. Like, as best as I can accurately create things. Not accurately, but, you know, realistically. So they feel like these are, like, real lived-in places. Because I also have a really, really strong love for history. So that's partly where that's extending from. But that's essentially the core of the idea that I want to execute. The hard part's going to be actually finding a suitable location in terms of size. Just looking at it amidst seeds. Yeah, I think that's very rewarding, and I just feel people don't do that. Especially if you end up on a server that's like focused on if you end up on like a server that's like YouTube focused, because that kind of like really like creative in-depth stuff sometimes falls by the wayside. I'm gonna have to find a way to organize all of my like writings and stuff, either into the game or like just in a huge database for myself. People do that, but it's so often 1% inspired or copied from stuff like the Dream of Spirit or Overcraft. Or it's using like the Minecraft formula. And it is frustrating when I just want to write. Yeah. Like, I'm solely focused on just expressing my creativity into, like, something that I would enjoy. I just want to use, essentially, YouTube as, like, a way to document that, mostly for myself. So, like, you know, 10, 20, 30 years from now, I can look at that and be like, oh, you know, I remember when I did this. We get to look back as like form of memory. Same thing with like doing streams and then archiving them, so they're at least available. As long as the YouTube database doesn't explode. So hopefully there's not a solar flare, because you know, things will be gone. Jeez. But yeah, that's the core premise of what I'm attempting to do. The actual portions where I'm gonna like, you know, actually build stuff will probably wait until like we're like much closer to modern versions, just because of the available building like things in terms of like detail stuff.
What's modern?
I don't know. Well, actually, I'm playing a modern version right now. I know you're playing beta. How's it going, Mystical?
Bored.
Well, I mean, you are walking on top of the Farlands.
Yep, I'm just walking across my flat plain.
Yeah, with holes in the ground.
Yeah, with holes in it, yeah. That's
Yeah.
it.
What are you right now? You're over 50 million, right?
15,377,100 and counting.
Nice. You'll be at 16 before you know it.
1.4 million before big no-no happens.
I know you're not looking forward to that at all. Yo, are you gonna actually like apply for the world record from Guinness once you make it to the end of the world?
I'm pretty sure that costs a shit ton of money.
Oof. Yeah, I think I never had the money for that.
Because I don't think it's free.
No, because I think they have to like. I think they have to like verify it, but they also have to like fly somebody out to give you your like stuff. You can apply for free, I think, but it costs a lot of effort and money for them to hear you. Oh. Yeah. I'll just take my internet fame.
I don't need no bitch-ass certificate. Fuck your certificate.
Yeah, hey, you'll be fine. You'll just be another internet C-list celebrity. Oh, man.
It's gonna be crazy when I get to 30,000,001.
Because then you could, it's like, ha, suck it, Fig. Dude, please.
No, actually, that would be at 29,999,985, wouldn't it?
No, I can bypass the world border. I just can't go past 30 million.
Oh yeah, you can go out there. You just need like golden apples.
Well, no, so what happens is like I think multiple times a second it like resets player position to 30 million if it detects you're beyond it. So essentially locks you in there. So you can bypass the world border, but you get locked at 30.
But you'll take a shit ton of damage.
I'll chuck some golden apples.
You have to chug. Are you gonna do that?
I got 10 golden apples, so I might try just for shits and giggles.
You just use the boat, don't you? You like push a boat through there, and then you like try to get in the boat,
I don't know.
and then you get plopped out on the other side.
I'll ask Anfin, I'm sure he knows. He's just done it in some of his videos. Cash, back to what I was saying earlier about like just using YouTube to just archive the things that I'm doing is like the philosophy, not the philosophy, like the approach I'm taking with it. If people are interested and want to follow along with it, then that's, you know, more the merrier. Shit. I placed that too early. It's far more
The more
fun
the
to-
merrier, right?
Yeah, the more the
So
merrier.
why don't you just walk to 1,000,000,000 blocks and then tell me how merry you're feeling then?
Fuck no. I mean, even though for whatever reason, considered trying to walk to the farther lands because I have problems. Thank God Arca talked me out of it.
Walk to the fatherlands.
Hey, soon you'll be able to...
The Polynesian star.
I'm very excited to play beta again. Just do some nice, simple building. I get way too psyched out by having a small audience and keep thinking I need to make them all happy, and it turned into me never releasing. is. Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. Like, I have very minimal skills when it comes to editing, and even just like solo commentary, it's still fairly difficult for me. But like, and even with like streaming as well, like the way I've just approached it is like it's a just a constant learning curve. Like I'm willing to always like make tweaks, you know, as I either come up with them or as like someone tells me about stuff. Like, I think I made a... Dang it, why is my fucking hand twitching? It's annoying. I made a video on the alpha server that was arguably probably a little too long. It was like 26 minutes. But, you know, I trimmed it down as best I could. And I was like, alright, I'll, you know, release this because it was me building a fucking wheat farm. And so, like, that had the entire record of what I did. And that's what I wanted to have. Although I definitely want to keep things, like, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, just so I'm not, like, because arguably people have, like, really short attention spans. Like, 10 to 15 minutes is a pretty decent time length for making things. Even with streams, that's why I'm limiting myself to, like, how many hours of this I'm streaming. Like, I've been walking for, I think, for a couple hours before I started streaming, but I didn't want to just stream constantly. Same thing on a weekend, like, I walk for 19 hours on a typical weekend day, but I only stream for like 4 of those hours. Because, frankly, I don't think I could talk for 19 hours straight, and I really wouldn't want to. So I would end up with, like, a lot of stream time, but it would be, like, abysmally poor quality. Especially, too, for, like today, for example. I, you know, got home from work. I didn't really want to talk to people. Sometimes you were muted on stream. Is that because you don't want to talk? Is this recent or is this like older? Because if it's older, that's probably the case. But if it's recent, there's usually just nobody around to talk to. And like, it's not like I'm doing something interesting. Like, again, if I'm playing in like, you know, on the server I play on or doing something else, I could commentate that even with nobody around. But like, I'm just fucking walking in a straight line. There's nothing really to talk about with this.
Exactly. That's why I don't commentary at all, basically.
Yeah, you just sit there in silence, listen to music, don't you?
Because it came to a point where it was, you either sit, talk to nobody, or the very rare somebody, and then I'm bored as shit, and then got burnt out and almost gave up. Or
yeah,
it's dead silence for everyone else. Everyone else can suffer for the very short time they're watching, and then I don't suffer, and
you have a good time. Yeah,
the journey goes on.
I did the exact same thing, except I'll just be recording offline and just sitting here fucking blasting punk rock in my ears, you know, just having a good time by myself. Older? Yeah, the older streams, yeah, if I was ever muted and like responding via chat, it was because I just didn't feel like talking. So I kind of like figured out a way to work around that, which is why like I've been waiting like during the weekdays a few hours after I get home from work to start streaming, rather than just, you know, eating dinner and jumping straight into it. Ugh. I'm glad you and I can you know, talk about our mutual suffering from walking.
Well, you're not suffering. You're having enjoyment right now because you're like 1.5 million to go. Don't have to do this bullshit anymore. And I'm like, I'm almost halfway. Come on,
dude.
Get to that halfway.
Dude, let me be real with you. It's actually worse.
Oh yeah, I see that side too. Yeah, because it's like You've done it. You know that it's complete, but you've just got this last little segment to go.
Yeah, 1 second. Wait, what do you mean that's gonna be one of the world's rarest problems? What do you mean? Oh, the problems we're having? Yeah, it's very specific.
I just love it how 1.5 million is a small segment.
I know how to hate it. No, well, I've noticed this like fairly recently, but like it's getting worse. How much of my thoughts this is consuming? Like it's very distracting, even when I'm like not here. If I'm at work, it's pretty damn distracting. So it's really starting to consume my entire mind, which arguably is not good. However, it is like a self-resolving problem, so it's not too big of a deal.
You could just do what Kilo did and quit his job just to walk.
You know what my job is, right? I can't just do that. Do you not know? Tetris
Next
and-
minute, just wins Powerball, just does a mad walkout.
Yeah, I could. Well, no, I'm in the military. I'm contractually obligated. So it's either I go to prison, or it's either I go there or go to prison. So I mean, I'll take going to work. I thought you were a health worker, but I was confusing with somebody else. Yo, they call me the health inspector. But yeah, like, not going to work is not an option for me. I can't just like quit my job for a couple of weeks and work somewhere else.
Go to work, go to prison.
I'll take work.
Then again, you don't have to pay rent or food anymore.
Yeah, but then I won't be able to gain internet cloud or walk to the edge of Minecraft. Tetris Syndrome.
Oh no, you can't go without that. No.
Tetris Syndrome is where you play a game so much that you exclusively dream about it and start to hallucinate in your daily cycle. I actually have only ever had one walking dream, and it was like towards the beginning of the Farlands journey. I don't really dream about this, but it definitely does take up like my peripheral thoughts throughout the day. Which can be particularly annoying if I'm trying to focus on something that's objectively more important in the moment. Shut up, villagers. Jesus Christ. That's wild when I gamed in 5th grade over a scathing mark on my psyche. Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Have I told you, Fig, that walking on top of the Firelands isn't actually that much slower than going through the terrain towards the Firelands? It isn't.
Oh yeah.
Because what I used to have to do is, because I'd get glare on my screen, I'd have to sleep more because of how dark beta is.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to see a damn thing.
Yeah, but now I don't have to because I can. It's still a bit difficult, but I can still see.
Okay.
So simply by not having to sleep and put beds down, I'm saving actual minutes.
Yeah, because that takes like that saves you minutes over the course of a day.
Isn't it like 12 minutes day, 8 minutes night, something like that?
No, I think it's 4, and then there's like a couple minutes of dusk and dawn, but like there's like a specific darkness level where you are able to sleep, and then there's like another darkness level where if you wait too long you'll hit the nightmare mechanic. So like there's like a very short window where you sleep. So basically, once you start seeing it get dark, you start prepping your old elevated hidey holes or whatever, and you don't have to do that. That does take like over half a minute each time. So yeah, that is saving you quite a bit of time actually. Speaking of sleeping, I gotta do that too.
Because how long are daylight cycles
20
That's what I'm
minutes in
trying to
total.
remember.
You talking like from day to night? It's like 10.
I know there's slightly more day than there is night.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if I'm losing like possibly a whole minute to like sleeping and stuff and
I don't-
taking less breaks, like
I
every
don't-
time I sleep,
I don't
then
think that it's a full minute. It's probably close to a half
if I
minute.
save like 20 minutes, then that means I'm walking like 5k more in the same distance.
Or the same
of
amount of time. Yeah. That's actually...
And 5k is not much, but 16 5ks is like one day to me.
Yeah, that actually is going to save you quite a bit of time, especially since you still have millions of blocks to go.
I can't hear for shit because of the rain. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. The nightmare mechanic. So you know in beta, if you sleep in a very dark area, you'll have like a zombie or a skeleton or a spider spawn next to your bed and attack you. That's the nightmare mechanic. It's fairly annoying and it's terrible.
The bitch mechanic.
Yeah, I really hate that mechanic. I'm glad Nosh removed it. I'm sure that my problem of like obsessing over this walk would be far worse if I was like getting inadequate amounts of sleep every night. I'm making sure that I'm still getting proper rest.
What's rest?
Something I'll be doing in like another hour. I gotta get up at fucking 5. Oh.
So how long left? Probably about a week at this rate.
About 12 days? 11 days maybe?
Because you're doing like 20,000 an hour, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually almost perfectly exactly like 10,000 every half hour. So like, that's how I'm able to like do all the math pretty like accurately. It does like vary quite a bit. Like if I had to stop to go use the bathroom, right, that's gonna take a couple of minutes off. And on average, I should be going about 1,000 blocks every 3 minutes, right? Just based on those numbers. So like I might go a little bit slower, especially if I'm in like a mountain biome or jungle. But if I'm in ocean and I'm in like a large ocean, I can cross a 10-kilometer ocean in under 10 minutes. So like that's where the time savers kick in. Is if I get these big oceans, which I've gotten almost none of today. So like I'm actually slightly behind of what I would normally go. So like I basically use 100,000 as my benchmark for my work days, and I use 300,000 as my benchmark for weekend days. So because I typically know what my work schedule roughly is, I'm able to do all the math and see, okay, this is what I should be at, you know, X distance, Y distance, etc. It's just that I end up sometimes being way more efficient than I intend to, and so then I end up like days or weeks ahead. That's how I'm able to determine that I'm probably going to make it there on the 30th, because based off of the math, I should be stopping at 29.9 on Saturday the 29th.
You should just give it one more day. 31st, mate.
That's a
1
Monday.
year since I began.
That's a Monday. I can't do that.
You must.
I can't.
Oh wait, no, hang on. Your 30th is my 31st, actually.
Okay, yeah, that is perfect. Oh, that's fitting then.
I guess that works. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I guess it does work out. You know what's even better?
Except I have to wake up at the crack of dawn.
You know what's even better? It's my mom's birthday on the 30th. That's how I do all my math calculations. But because of the increased efficiency and because it's unpredictable, that's why I'm like continuously recalculating like arrival times for distances. I figured out pretty quickly the 5-hour, 100-kilometer rate like the first day though.
Because you did 5 hours and went 100k.
Yeah, the first day I walked, which was July 16th. And then I was like, oh, cool. Well, now I know how long it'll take me to go, you know, the rest of the distance, just using math. And that's what made me realize how stupidly short this is compared to the Quarter Firelands journey. It's like a few hundred hours shorter. I mean, for Christ's sake, I'm finishing this like a few months ahead of time. But like, it took me over 8 months with the Quarter Firelands. I'm doing this in about 6. And it would have been even faster too if I hadn't like been a bit slower in the beginning.
You are General Kenobi.
It makes sense anyway, because when you sprint jump, you don't move at like the 5 or whatever it is.
You don't move at
The
5.7.
5 blocks.
You move faster. I don't know
You
exactly
move
what
like
it is.
8.
Yeah, something like that. But the dolphin.
Yeah, so you're going like double my speed.
The dolphin speed is where I make most of my time though. It's funny that sprint jumping is both faster and it uses less food.
Oh. That would have been epic if you had have gone around that hole in the ice. Because you could have gone like another 50 blocks and saved yourself like 10 more seconds.
Oh dang, that's pretty delayed.
Yeah, it's because I'm watching on tablet, mobile version.
Oh yeah.
Huge stream delays.
I did not.
That's
know
why if I'm
that it
watching on
uses less
the tablet, I don't chat or anything.
Fair enough.
Because I'm always like 30 seconds late.
Yeah. I have my phone propped up so I can read chat because I've only got one monitor. It's one on laptop. Yeah, so it uses less food because the way the hunger calculation is done is it's based off of like, you know, you physically walking on the ground, and if you're sprint jumping, you are spending less time on the ground. Just a consequence of the way the food system works. I need to find an OBS plugin that gives me a in-game chat overlay, so I can read the chat off of my screen, and then I can use my phone to view events directly in the event viewer. Because like I don't have a really good way of seeing when that stuff happens. I can see it on the screen on my phone, but it's so small that I can't read it without like getting really close to it. So it's not
That's
really
the
good
problem I had. And the fact that because it's a much smaller screen, you're a lot less likely to pay attention to it.
Yeah, exactly. And like sometimes I'll miss chat messages because my phone is off to the side. And if it was an overlay that was just on my screen directly, I'd see it every time. The event viewer thing, though, yeah, that's fairly annoying. I'll look for an OBS plugin or ask around.
Oh well. It doesn't
was-
really affect me that much, because don't really get messages in the chat or anything. Because
Yeah,
no one's watching.
It affects me, and I feel it feels very rude if I just don't respond to people. So basically, spam chat if you're not paying attention. God damn it! No, you figured me out. Yeah, the in-game overlay was a feature in Streamlabs, but I yeeted that software once I like learned how hostile of a fork it was of OBS. So like I don't have that feature's not just built into OBS. I'm sure there's a plugin for it, but like I just haven't found it yet. You rip Streamlabs. Rest in peace. Rip in peace. I was gonna ask you something, Mr. What I can't remember what it was.
Why am I providing such quality entertainment? Is that the question?
Yeah, you're providing a lot of quality entertainment here.
Yeah, quality boredom.
New Twitch drama is funny, by the way. You talk about like the streamer drama? That's hilarious. Stupid. Really stupid. Yeah, I'd like to find a plugin for that before my final stream on this. Ninja getting massively thrown in the trash is just really amusing. Oh yeah. Wait, did people like turn on him? That's kind of funny. What, Ninja, the popular Fortnite streamer?
It's funny to think about how even if these people get completely screwed over and banned from Twitch, they're set for life anyway.
Not so.
Or Ninja is.
But yeah, well, not everyone's Ninja, but like, apparently a lot of these people, like, you know, like, large streamers or large YouTubers are really fucking bad with their money. So they'll end up, like, you know, having to, you know, scrounge for a living again. There were a lot of jokes. Everyone's got jokes today. Yeah, apparently, like, a lot of, like, streamers and YouTubers that make, like, significant amounts of money off of it are, like, just usually fairly bad with money. So they end up just, like, fucking themselves over.
I think if I was to have that happen to me, I'd be bad with money. Because I've never known what it's like to have money.
I'd like to think that I'd be okay with my money, but like I would never know until I'm put into that situation. You can always say like, oh, you know, I wouldn't do X, Y, Z, but you might. I don't really know. A lot of them. Not all, I don't think. Yeah, no, not all. Definitely not all. It's statistically unlikely. Fuck. Although, I'm fairly careful with my money now, so I feel like not much will change. But again, I don't know. That is a very large gap.
The smart thing to do would just be like, live like a normal person.
Yeah,
Still.
that's the thing. I think like they have all this
And then keep
wealth,
it all.
and they
So that way, if you get screwed over, you go, oh, damn, I'm screwed over. But I've got 6 million in the bank, so I better invest so I can, you know, have an income.
yeah. Well, at that point, you're basically set for the remainder of your life, unless the economy like collapses, which you know, you got bigger problems.
Withdraw your money and put it under your mattress.
Put it all in Dogecoin. Not financial advice.
Save the kids.
Oh my god. Did you witness that debacle last summer? That was ooh. I already put my money in my mattress. See, what I do is I buy a bunch of mattresses with the money as like a speculative investment. That's gotta be the dumbest thing I've ever said.
You own a furniture outlet. Start selling the mattresses that people put their money under.
I'm cornering the mattress market. I have an expensive looking camera bag, but there's no camera. It's just money.
The Polynesian star.
I think I don't know how prevalent it is, but I think there's definitely a lot of like very large streamers or YouTubers that like let their internet fame like just inflate their ego like way too large. And stop being like decent people. Where the fuck? No, that's a cold ocean. Dang it! There ain't gonna be no dolphins in here. Hassan? Yeah. It's probably a good example.
The Polynesian swell.
Don't know much about the guy, but definitely think he's a good person, but it's neither here nor there.
Osama bin Laden.
Yikes. He's getting weird stuff. One of the more like down to, at least I feel down to earth YouTubers I like to watch is Mudahar.
Whoa, I needed to press, keys on the keyboard. Wow.
Whoa.
Miracle.
Thank you, Nightbot.
Now I don't need to press keys on the keyboard anymore.
I should change that message to not be super fucking generic like that. You make it something really, really stupid. Fuck, I know exactly what I'm changing that to. Alright, commands. Custom. Man, there's a lot of fucking stupid ass commands I have in here. Not gonna get rid of them. Oh, that is very outdated. I need to update that one. Fuck, I actually do need to update these. Discord. Alright. I've updated that command. Let's run it again. Alright, yeah, okay, I like that one more. It's stupid and it's memey. That's really what I look for. What did Stream Elements copy that? Where did I look that from? Alright, anyways. Poland fan server? Yes. We have a cult of Poland on this server. I don't know why, but it started and we just kept running with it. I think it's fun. Are the Polish here? No, in fact, none of us are Polish. The closest thing we have is Mystical, but he's Australian. Well, he's not disputing my claim, therefore he must be Polish. Where are the Polish, Fig?
I am Antarctican, thank you.
Antarctica's not a real place. Don't be fucking ridiculous.
The Polynesian swell.
Australia, the closest country to Poland. Yeah, you never heard of how the Polish conquered Australia and settled it? That's why Australia isn't like an empty wasteland today. I might actually keep ahead of my goal and actually reach out to goals. Hog champ, my dude.
Oh. I didn't know you were playing soccer.
Soccer? I barely knew her.
The Polynesian smile.
I need help. Oh hey, Cash, do you enjoy the fact that I have my I have the stream tagged with casual playthrough?
Casual.
I feel like you should do the same thing, Mystical, because it's mostly because it's ironic. Just casually playing Minecraft. I don't know what the big deal is.
Casual.
I think one of the best. God damn it! That's such an easy pun. I think one of the best decisions I made with this journey was installing the coordinates on the data pack.
Yeah.
You could argue that because of that, it isn't technically vanilla, which I guess you're
But
right.
he gives a shit.
But who gives a shit because it's just providing data that's already in the debug screen.
Oh, you had a thing that displays your coordinates. Get out of here.
I mean,
You're legitimate.
I also have like 3 mods on Fabric that boost the fucking game performance to be playable. Oh, by the way, I did try. I was gonna mention this later, but I did try putting my desktop monitor and hooking it into the laptop with an HDMI cable and split screening it. But my frame rate dropped from well, it's about 53, but usually it's about 60 when I'm on a forest. I dropped from that to like 20. It was unplayable.
Yeah, if you're not using powerful hardware, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, so I'm going to find some other way to improvise my streaming stuff here. At least until I can get the PC repaired.
What? Are you kidding? It already went wrong.
What do you mean?
The PC that you built.
Oh, yeah, the fucking... Something's wrong with the case fan, and... well, that just buzzes. But that happened a while ago, but I think the AIO is dead.
This is why technology is such bullshit. Fucking money pit.
I know. Especially cars. How big are these files? This file is over 500 gigs. I don't know the specifics because the file actually isn't a whole folder right now. Because I simply don't have a big enough drive to store it in.
To be honest, Fig, I reckon, like, if you're gonna play like on a laptop as a backup, what you could do, like, obviously, I don't know your money situation, but if I was in your position and I had the money, I would just get like one of those like bottom of the barrel gaming laptops where you're not really spending shit tons of money on it, but you get decent enough performance that you could like hook up a second monitor if need be.
I mean, this laptop was 1,000, but it does work pretty well. It just, like, putting all the extra stress of like recording and streaming onto it does.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You're recording while
Yeah.
streaming. And
Yeah.
also trying to use 2 monitors.
Yeah, it's a little too much for the system to handle. Shuvel, it's the Midnight Wordle Classic. Oh, hey, Shuvel. It's very hard for me to read your name because both of your names are gray for me. Man, Wordle is spread like wildfire. My main monitor is a tiny, shitty Samsung TV I scavenged from a mysterious place. Yeah. I haven't been able to repair the PC because, well, A, I don't have the time to because I'm hopelessly addicted to walking. But I also didn't have the necessary funds to... Yo, what the fuck? Surface dungeon. That doesn't happen very often. Gapple? Down a horse, nothing interesting. Man, that's... You almost never see that. It's a dungeon at Y72.
Oh. Delay.
Man, that is wild. I've seen it several times, but like it's still very uncommon.
Instead of trying to find the tallest cactus, find the highest dungeon.
Technically, they can spawn anywhere where there's a cave, so I mean... Just explore mountain biome caves. Yeah, they are not common at all.
That's a really convenient place for it to be if you're like doing a survival playthrough though.
Yeah, you just gotta go out like 28 million blocks. It's just a little bit of walking you gotta do. No biggie.
Well, I didn't mean in that particular seed.
What was the tallest
But-
cactus? It was...
24, I believe.
I think it's, yeah, 24
Something
blocks
crazy.
tall. It's I think it's also like millions of blocks out in like one seed. How?
I think it was. Oh, I can't remember how far it was out, but it was in the many millions.
Yeah, which I mean, yeah, that's, I can do that. Not that hard. How does that happen?
That
though?
could be the idea.
What, walk to the tallest cactus?
Yes, walking to the tallest cactus.
That sounds horrible. Okay, so how? Basically, you know, have you ever seen a 6 tall cactus when playing Minecraft before? You had to have seen them. They're fairly common. Well, not fairly common, but they're decent enough that you've got to at least seen one.
Once you start walking, they're common.
Yeah, kidding. So basically, cactuses generate in deserts, right? And they sometimes generate on top of each other. And so that's how you end up with a cactus that's greater than like 3 blocks tall. Is because they've spawned on top of each other. Well, there's theoretically no limit to that. So multiple cacti spawning on top of each other give us a cactus that's like, you know, in this case, 24 blocks tall. It's just, this was found via like seed cracking. I know they made like specific programs to find these things. It really is. It's really cool.
You never used to show your coordinates in the Corner Firelands walk.
No, I did. I had F3 open the entire time.
Not
Because-
at where I'm at. I haven't seen it once.
Oh, right. I didn't open it until I was like several 100,000 out.
Okay.
You'll probably observe when I do open it, and I start correcting it because I was off by like 100 kilometers on one axis, so I like corrected it back down. I got it corrected by the time I was at 900k.
Okay.
Yeah, and then after that, I had to keep it open all the time because I needed to make sure I was going like perfectly diagonal. Okay, okay, Cash. Yeah, initially I did have it open because I didn't want to see what the coordinates were, but then I realized that's stupid. I should probably know where I am.
Yeah, because you could have ended up hitting an edge and then having to walk like 200,000.
Yeah, that's what we realized too.
It's funny how like 0.1 of a degree off could have resulted in you being like 10k off on the whole journey.
I mean, probably further than that. Probably like maybe close to 1 million blocks.
Probably further than that, yeah. But even then, it would be kind of awkward to be like, oh my god, I reached the Farlands! And then you're like, oh, hang on, wait, this isn't the goal. I'm supposed to be at the corner. Just
Yeah.
pretend you didn't see that.
It's
I'm gonna walk over here
still would've been cool,
where you
though.
can't see it. just pretend that never happened.
It is very cool though, because you like do get to see like, oh fuck, I'm getting really close. Like, you get to watch it count up, especially as you cross into 550,000. That's like an indescribable feeling, knowing that you're like just a few hundred blocks away from it. I know you and me, Cambrani, understand that one.
Oh my god, wall of stone and grass coming up. Oh my god, whatever is happening.
I mean, I'm pretty sure all three of us, like, you know, were in tears when we got there. I know he was. I know I was. I'm pretty sure you were too. We'll never know about Ekwall, because he's a very silent and stoic type.
He's just like sitting behind a computer screen, just like yawning at how bored he is, and then he's like, oh,
Ah,
hi.
cool.
Cool, yep, alright, this is it, bye.
Welcome back, Cash. Yo, PJs are great. Shoot. I mean, it makes sense why, like, you know, all of us have gotten emotional at reaching the Farlands. You, like, pour your heart and soul into it.
Are you kidding? We sacrificed our lives for that.
Yeah, I know, it's quite... It's quite a rush of emotion. What'd you miss? Not much, just discussing, like, you know, the, like, emotional impact of, like, getting to the Farlands.
What happens when you walk long distance and have no life, and see stone and grass arranged in a different way?
I know how, like, it's a pretty indescribable feeling that you get. Words do not do it justice. I imagine I'm going to have a similar reaction when I reach this, you know, holographic wall in a couple of weeks.
When you see blue diagonal lines.
Oh boy.
Man walks towards blue diagonal lines. Has emotions. Wait, Fig has emotions?
I know, shocking.
He's human?
Yeah.
I was always told I learned something new every day.
I am not a robot. You know, it's actually not your emotions that make you human. It's identify all boats in this picture. Yeah, I fully expect to have like a pretty similar reaction when I reach the world order.
Yeah. Gauging reactions, I find, is a pretty wasteful exercise. Because it's not really predictable.
Gauging? Oh, yeah, it's not predictable. But I can tell, because I can pretty well assess myself. Although I will say my heart like beating out of my chest was unexpected. That was wild. Did you experience the same thing?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I thought it was
Not that much,
pass
though,
out.
surprisingly.
Say again?
No, not really. I didn't really. That much, no, surprisingly.
Yeah, dude, I was starting to get dizzy because like of how fast my heart was beating. You know, one thing I've been enjoying seeing is people who have taken like me reaching the Farlands and turning into a YouTube short, right? And like, you can go to like how the fucking like titles are misleading, like first guy to ever find the Farlands. I'm just like, no, but sure. But the funniest thing about these like, you know, shorts that I keep finding is that like I can tell they've been re-uploaded and recorded from another short because the quality is like horribly degraded. So I can tell it's just a recording of a recording of a recording. It's actually quite funny. It's like screenshotting over and over again, so it just gets fuzzier and fuzzier. It's really funny.
The Polynesian star.
I don't know. I don't know. I like how I'm gonna react if I make it. It's gonna be. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know. I expect to be off the Richter scale though. Holy shit!
You expect to be off the
Like literally, you know, I walked 12 million of actual like normal terrain, and it was like big whoop. But then like continuing on and doing like another 17.5 mil. This is like walking basically on a super flat.
I mean, yeah, it really is.
Except for the corner filings, which is actually walking on a super flat.
Yeah, it's fucking boring. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I was not expecting my reaction to be as fucking loud as it was. I didn't mean to blow out eardrums with it.
I woke up like 3 minutes before that.
Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, man.
That's why I was saying you should make it just an hour later than last time. I'm sweet.
I don't exactly have the most control over that. I'll be starting at 9 a.m. my time.
9 a.m.
I'll be.
And you're how many hours behind again?
16, I think. No, more than that. You're 5 hours behind me just the next day, which is the way I convert the time.
Oh, so 19 hours behind me.
Yeah, that's.
So
yeah,
you're
that makes
9.
more sense.
Your 9 a.m. would be.
Your 4 a.m. But it should take me about 5 hours to get there, so I should arrive around your 9 a.m.
Oh, sweet.
I don't know when you wake up, but I feel like
8
that
o'clock.
is- Oh, okay, cool. So you'll be there for like the remainder.
I went to sleep this morning at 12:30 and woke up still at like 8:30. So.
Yeah, you just said that. Okay. Yeah, I
But
go to.
then again-
I wake up quite early.
That was kind of the old me having that problem where I had to wake up at like 6 a.m. Because old me was like staying up till like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. So I go to bed at 10 every night, and because I have to wake up at 6 for work normally. Tomorrow it's 5, but that means on the weekends I will go to bed at 10 still and wake up at 6 usually. It's just the kind of routine that I got. So like I'll probably have like a good 3 hours of downtime to kill before I start streaming that morning.
Open up, it's time for the pill.
Barnacles, I hate the pill. Hi Splax, we're discussing stuff.
Nice. I love discussing stuff.
We were just talking about our unexpected reactions to reaching the Farlands. How you couldn't really predict it. Because I wasn't expecting to blow out everyone's eardrums, but yet I did.
You gotta make sure you can get Ant and VC for when you reach the world border.
Sure. I mean, he's already has access to it.
You gotta get Vant in EC.
Fant.
Vant Enum. Next minute,
The Polynesian star.
you see a certain somebody that comes into the chat who's got like 16 years ahead of them before they reach their prospective walking location.
You talking about Kurt? Oh, you're talking about Kurt.
I would like legitimately shit myself if that happened. Like actually, I have to be like, sorry, gotta turn my cam off, gotta turn my mic off. My undies need to be changed.
Fuck, man. That'd be cool. I doubt he's gonna show up for that or really even care. Would be cool though, because I've been a fan of his for a while. 2012.
Yeah, I've been following that shit for like at least 6 years. But I knew about it like basically from the first moment that I had access to the internet.
Yeah, I just showed him I recommended one day. And that was what began my Farlands obsession. Life hasn't been the same since.
Back before anyone even attempted it because of how long it was taking.
I'm telling you, Killer reaching the Farlands was like Pandora's box, man. I think it paved the way for the rest of the stuff to occur.
Because we were all like, hey, if we have no lives too, then I guess we can do the same thing, right?
I mean, yeah, not necessarily that, more so like, oh, it's definitely possible. Having that
Nah, I'm
example,
sticking to my explanation.
I mean, you could do this and still have a life.
But it would just take you like forever.
Yeah, exactly. It's just easier to not have a life for, you know, a
Yeah.
few months.
Yeah, Kurt has a life. He gets fun, but he's going to be an old man by the time he gets.
Yeah. I'm still in my mid-20s.
Or a quote unquote old man.
I'm like, what, 50?
I don't know how old he is.
He's in his 30s.
Yeah, he'd be like late 40s. And he'll be like, oh, I remember when I started this relatively, you know, long journey, you know, more than years ago. When I was a baby.
I'm pretty sure he was in his early 20s when he started. Yo. It's the same pony.
I wonder how many people actually watched the first part of the playthrough.
Oh, you're talking about like when he's doing a standard Minecraft Let's Play?
Yeah.
I do love his like very first video. It just screams 2011.
With like all the old sounds and shit.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I guess I better enjoy my last like week or so ish of being an obscure person.
Just like, imagine him being like in his late 40s when he's actually gonna hit the Firelands for real. And then he'll still look back on that first day and he'll still remember like climbing down that ladder for the last time.
Ah, dude, I hope I can be there when he makes it.
And then he just like dies and goes back to like the spawn again. And then that's when he gets like really emotional
What about
because he goes back to the spawn again.
Wolfie? I'll never forget when Wolfie disappeared live on stream.
At one point, I had a pack of wolves in this, but I gave up because the AI
Is
for
so
wolves
bad.
is so stupid.
And it slows you down. I was just like, yeah, this isn't worth it.
Yeah, I was just like, You can all stay alive, but when you die, I'm not gonna be, shedding any tears.
There's a wolf that I left across an ocean during the very beginning of the journey. In fact, it's so early in the journey that I wasn't recording.
The Polynesian swan.
Maybe for my next journey, I should
What?
do a journey to the corner netherworld border.
What is wrong with you? No, don't do a second journey. I
Yep,
think
gotta go to the corner netherworld border.
I think you'll cross things off your list. I'm retiring from Minecraft walking.
But how are you gonna move around then? Just teleport everywhere.
I'll use boats. For flowing water or something like that.
You're just gonna have a world that's completely water.
Exactly. That's what you're thinking.
A Minecraft Let's Play, but if I walk, I have to delete the world.
It's like hardcore, but like for a specific condition.
It's walk core.
That's funny. I also
So like,
good.
you can go.
Oh, I was gonna say it's really funny how much of a meme what I do is for my coworkers, because they know that I'm doing this.
Oh my god.
What is very like irritating sometimes is because like I'm like, oh yeah, I'm getting close to the edge of the world, and one of them goes like, oh, I thought you already did that. It's like, no, it's something different. And because like they don't know what the farmlands are. Some people just that don't play Minecraft like won't really know that. And it's just like I'm not gonna like sit here and explain the like minutia between the two things, because that would take too long and it wouldn't really stick. So I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, I'll just let you think that I'm completely insane. Which, for the record, yeah, that's fair. But like, I don't want to have to explain the minutia of this to people that don't play the game, because it's not really gonna sink in. Whereas if you tell like somebody that plays Minecraft like at least for a long amount of time, like, oh, I've walked to the Farlands, that's gonna make a lot of sense to that person.
Oh, hold on a second.
What have you done?
Oh, I think I can see the first signs of flooding points in your corner Firelands walk.
Oh, really? Oh, man, are you watching me, like, test it?
No. It's just in the water. I can see the water's, like, vibrating a little bit.
Ooh. Man, it's... You get to watch me start to experience the floating point.
It's like the 5... I think it's the 512 one by the look of it.
You mean 524?
It can't be too far in.
524?
Oh, yeah, the 524.
What episode are you on right now?
Check when my cursor moves. Number 10, Robot Man.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's there. It's there, I see it.
I think that might be the 262 one.
It might be, but it's strangely noticeable.
Well, I mean, 262 is noticeable. Yeah, I feel like it's probably 262.
Funny thing, when I crossed the 524 in mine, I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, you gotta really pay attention. I mean, once you cross
Because mine is straight line. Because you're
once you cross
diagonal.
1,048, it's like It's way worse. Oh yeah, that's
but
the other
what-
thing. It's easier to notice diagonally than it is just straight on.
It is, because you're technically moving slower. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But also because it's happening on both axes, I can see it from essentially like a sideways view of it. Whereas if you're going straight on, you're just going to keep walking over it, so you won't notice it as easily until it's a larger thing. But because I'm going diagonally, I can see it from like an angle and notice it. Did that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Sometimes I feel
Because
like when
you're
I talk about this stuff, I sound like a fucking lunatic.
Because by going diagonal, you're going sideways in 2 directions.
Yes. That's kind of what diagonal entails.
Yeah, so like your world is like vibrating, but it's not that bad to a point where like a casual player probably wouldn't even notice it. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're also specifically looking for it.
Yeah.
1,048,000 is when it really picks up. It's way more noticeable then.
Yeah, the 1,048,000 on diagonal especially, you couldn't miss that.
Oh yeah, you know, it's like super vibrating. And then it just gets worse after that.
Yeah, 2,097,000 was the first one that like anybody could notice. Actually, even someone just coming in for the first time might not even notice that straight away.
I gotta say, transitioning from 4194 to 8388 was terrible.
Yeah, that's the big one.
That's the big one. Arguably, that's the most important one. Except you get to deal with 16777, so have fun.
Yep.
I can't. You'll be the first person to cross that floating point boundary in beta, so that's pretty cool too.
I'll be the first person to officially hate my life.
Take care, Cash. See you around.
Legit. I reckon that's going to be so bad that this is going to look smooth.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like comparatively.
This is going to look smooth compared to that. I might even just do a thing where I just like don't even like keep the coordinates up when I'm getting close. But then again, it kind of doesn't really matter. Because as soon as you see the glass from my spawn chunk, you know what's going on. You know what's gonna happen.
You see that glass and you're like, fuck, here it is.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm safe where I am, but if I go over there, bad things will happen.
Are you, you still got a few more spawn chunks before you reach that, don't you?
Yeah, I've got this next set, and then the one after, and then that's it.
I will say, reaching the spawn chunks for my 8388 was quite cool. Because, right before it was a hill, so I came over the hill, and then I looked down and I could see, like, you know, the house and everything else in the spawn chunks. And then I knew...
Oh, you had like a mountain, sort of.
Yeah, it was
or at least
really,
a good hill.
Yeah, it was a really good hill to cross, because, like, I got to the top of the hill, and I looked down, and I saw, like, the monument that I had made, and then the house, and then, like, all the floating leaves, and I was like, oh, there it is. Once I cross over that block, it's terrible.
Shit gets real.
Yeah, it was a cool moment. I definitely really enjoyed that part of the journey.
It's funny how when you look back on it, the 4.194 is actually worse than 8388.
Why is that?
Because the vibration is more intense.
Yeah.
But whereas now, it's frame by frame.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's probably worse. Yeah, I know what you mean now. It gets better after that point. It's still bad.
It gets It gets better for your eyes, but it gets worse for the game.
Yeah, for like gameplay, yeah, terrible. It's really weird looking at that stuff and you're like, oh man, what a fond memory of walking in a diagonal line with, you know, a vibrating world.
The Polynesian swan.
I know one thing is for sure, and that's it will get to that point. The video in the bottom corner will show that eventually at one point. I'm not going to get there before that.
Oh, most certainly not. Yeah. I don't think I'll reach the Firelands before you reach the edge of the world, but...
You'll be at 10 mil, I reckon, at least.
I'll probably cross all the floating points. You know,
I'd say will.
The Firelands had a lot of really good milestone distribution, in my opinion. Like, because you have the spawn chunks that show up. You got your millions, right? Those are always a big deal to cross every million. You got, like, your percentages, like 10%, or in your case, you also did 5%. It's like I have every 10%. Yeah. And then you've got the floating points that are in there, too. And then, like, even after you pass, like, the last floating point, you think, okay, well, there's still, like, the millions or whatever. You do get the cool milestone of crossing 10 million, because that's arguably pretty cool. Seeing it go to, you know...
The scientific
notation. Yeah. There's a lot of really good milestones in the Firelands journey. Whereas the World Border, it's not that exciting. It's just every million, every million, every million. And that's really it.
Yeah, basically.
Although that really hasn't bothered me. I haven't really focused on that too much.
Just to think, if I had walked from the origin in a straight line, I would have seen 60 odd sets of spawn chunks.
God. Yo, I bet now, if you go back to the spawn point, they're gonna look weird, because it's just a big glass wall with a big hole in it.
Yeah.
It works for the Firelands.
Yeah, I'm either gonna have to bash a hole in the glass to get in there, or like build up to where the ladder hole is. But yeah, it's just gonna be like a random pit in the ground. And I'll be able to explore it like it's a casual playthrough.
Yeah.
No more floating point bullshit. I'll know that when my cursor is pointing at a block, I can actually mine that block.
You don't have to guess. Is that why you did all the mining before you crossed the floating point?
Yeah, that was so crap, yeah.
Hey, at least now
because
you're done with
the
that.
jitters will be one block.
You're done with that now. You can just all you can focus on now is speed and just reaching the end.
Speed and power. But yeah, that's why I sat at 15.2 and just did all of it in one go. Because I thought, once that's done, I'll just walk.
Yeah, I'd argue that like my 5-day investment of gearing up for this world was worth it in the end. Saved me quite a bit of time.
Same as like how I walked backwards 30,000 blocks. Like I walked into the spawn chunks and then I walked back. That was definitely worth it. To collect all the iron and shit.
Wait, what?
Yeah. All that iron that I have, that didn't come from the spawn chunks. That iron came from... When I was building the signs, I built them. And then I was like, you know what? I need resources for armor, and strip mining in the spawn chunk is just not going to work. So I went back to the edge again, back to normal terrain, and did mining.
Oh, so you went so you went to the spawn chunks of the Farlands, then went back to the edge of the Farlands. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, that makes sense.
I didn't walk back like 500,000 or something.
Yeah, I thought you said this, like, yeah, I walked back for like 5,000 blocks. Jesus Christ.
If I had to do it, I probably wouldn't want to, but I would still consider it. Because otherwise I have to, like, survive on killing cows for leather. And leather armor is trash.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have all you're gonna need for the rest of your expedition.
By a long way.
That's one thing I enjoyed about doing this modern, like, expedition, was that, like, I just made my gear once and set it and forget it. Haven't really ever had to worry about it.
Yeah, you can just, if worst came to worst, you could just bring an enchantment table set up with you.
I mean, even then, it wouldn't be hard for me to get an enchanting table.
Yeah.
And I'm very careful to make sure that I'm repairing the tools as they start taking durability.
You wouldn't use much durability anyway.
Yeah, the only time I really use durability is, like, making the signs. Which, speaking of which, I'm only making another sign. That's it. Just the 29 million sign.
You've got to make a 29.999 million sign.
No, I'm just placing down, like, a regular Minecraft sign. At 29.9. It's gonna say, like,
yeah, just be like, wow, OMG, I made it.
No, I'm gonna place down, like, a regular Minecraft sign at 29.9 and just have it say, like, world border 100 kilometers. I do plan on building signs of, like, for people. Kind of like what you've done.
I see.
I'm gonna build it
Flogging ideas off me.
I'm gonna build it off on the world border. Yeah, I'm stealing ideas from you. Get fucked.
You could just do like what they did on 2B, where you can like build on the other side of the wall.
Well, that's only like that because they built there before the world border was put in place.
Is it?
Yeah. So do you know kind of like the history of that?
Oh yeah, I know about the people that tunneled there. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean like Minecraft's development history with that.
Oh.
So beta 1.8, obviously the Farlands were removed, and the edge of the world was reduced from 32 million to 30 million. And it was just,
it was just a drop off. I remember that.
It was a drop off point, basically like it is for you, except it was at 30. And then that remained unchanged until 1.7, where they had like the invisible like air bedrock thing. It was just like an invisible wall. And then 1.8 was the world border. But the world border wasn't at 30 million, whereas all the other previous points were exactly at 30. You could build right before that, and then you couldn't build after that. And the world border was created, and then the other change with that was that, like, even if you get beyond the world border, multiple times per second, it basically locks you back to 30 million. And you can't build outside the world border anyways. And the world border was placed not exactly at 30, but it was placed at, 984 blocks. So it was placed like it was placed one chunk in.
Yeah.
There's probably a technical reason for that. Yeah, so essentially we lost 16 blocks of world space.
Oh no, what will we do?
I know.
How dare they make the Minecraft world smaller?
I know, it's ridiculous. But yeah, that's essentially why those signs are outside the world border, because they were built before it existed. Which is really weird to think about, because the world border has only been in place since 2014.
So you can't place blocks beyond that point anymore.
Nope. You might be able to with exploits, but you can't.
Alright, well, you're gonna have to get some exploits into this, I guess.
I'm not building a fucking sign on that.
Come on. You.
I will be building signs for people on the world border itself. I don't know how many signs I'll be making. It might be a lot, it might be not that many.
Are you gonna make one that says Figo, no Mike Wazowski?
Well, I'm not gonna put a sign on myself. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that? Although I think I might find a way to intentionally butcher your name.
Just put chocolate.
If I'm gonna put chocolate.
Who's chocolate?
Oh, dude, you know what I should do? Anybody that has, like, a name starting with a B, I should make it the letter look like the B emote in Discord.
Oh, yeah.
It's a genius idea. Gonna need like a lot of concrete for that, but it won't be hard to come by. I'm a fucking genius, man.
But to get the resources for the concrete, you might have to unreach the world border for a bit, you know?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I could just record the fucking, like, coordinates on that and then come back there. I mean, it wouldn't really be that hard to find. All I have to do is go to the world border and then walk along it until I find it. I don't know how many signs I'll have to make, so I might be spending several weeks here just building signs. I'm not going to spend all of my time building signs, though.
Walking to 30 million actually has a benefit.
What?
Because the coordinates to your base, you only need to remember one number then.
I mean, same thing with the Farlands.
Yeah, that also is true. Do you know what my base's coordinates are?
You don't have one.
My base has like 3,600 different sets of coordinates.
You have some prime real estate.
Wait, actually, there's more than that.
Yeah, there's a lot. Question: have you noticed the water physics in the spawn chunks are like really like laggy?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay, you noticed that too. It's super
Yeah, because I had
slow
to deal with
update.
flowing water.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah, how sometimes it just won't fuck off
Yeah, it won't update.
when you block the source blocks.
It's really weird. There's quite a few other oddities about the spawn chunks. The chest one's pretty obvious, and the furnace one, but like the water physics was something I didn't expect to happen.
What about that one property that makes it so that for some reason one time after I like pressed save and quit and I went to go back into the world again, it like regenerated the spawn chunks and I was like taking damage. And then I went save and quit and then I went back in and it was like back to normal.
It's really weird, I know. Yeah, I don't know why. What other weird properties do we know about the spawn chunks?
Oh, there's the obvious one where you can't use chests,
Yeah, we know about that one.
which is bullshit. I don't like that idea.
What else is there? I genuinely don't remember. I think that's it. Just mostly the stuff that you and I managed to discover with like the locations of them. You definitely made the important discovery. Well, we both made important discoveries, but your discovery of like it being like in a weird location was what made us realize it's just a big grid of spawn chunks. It's not like a diagonal cardinal thing, it's just a big fucking grid of spawn chunks. Very weird, honestly.
Yep. That's what I was trying to say before. Like, if I go across 60 in my journey, that means there's 120 by 120 different spawn chunks. There's like 14,000 sets of spawn chunks.
That's pretty wild, honestly. That's quite a. You have quite a few base locations. You have 14,000 bases. Although I think the spawn chunks are different depending on the quadrant you're in.
The only downside is you have to keep your chests on the outside of the spawn chunks.
Oof. Yeah, there's no long-term storage.
Outside of block placement, of course.
Yeah. Got all my wealth of cobblestone.
I placed all of the mossy cobblestone that I picked up as well in the spawn chunk,
Nice.
so I still have it. I ended up getting like 2 stacks of it. I found like 3 or 4 spawners in the whole thing.
Oh, in the spawn chunks? That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Mossy cobble's real valuable.
Which is the reason why I kept it.
I'm about to find some spawners on Cave Game Share and strip them for mossy cobble.
You can build a house with diamond blocks all you want. My mossy cobblestone
Got that
makes that
drip.
shit look cheap. Moving past that small fire that was occurring. Wow, you haven't even been walking that long when you think about it. Like, I mean, it has been long, don't get me wrong, but relatively speaking, months-wise, I was thinking it's going to be a year, at least.
Oh yeah, I thought so too. Although I was going at a slower pace, but even after I picked up the pace, it's like, oh, I wasn't expecting to finish until like March.
Yeah, I'm not going to be finished until, like, fucking knows when.
Who fucking knows?
Well, I mean, it's nearly taken a whole year to get to where I am.
Yeah, but you did have like a couple months off. Right?
Yeah, I lost, like, and not only time off, but, like, slow walking as well. Like, I did
Yeah.
some slow walking.
I try to minimize like all the distractions that I can when walking.
You gotta optimize food breaks, you know?
Dude, I know
You've
you're
gotta-
joking, but like I optimize like everything I do.
No, seriously. Because, like, just by cutting out, like, food breaks and, like, stopping for a bit or, like, having a shower,
Okay,
you can
well,
make a big difference.
That's why I typically I'll eat while I walk.
Yeah, well, I can do that. I could
do-
sit here, like, with a full roast dinner because I don't even need to touch the keyboard.
Yeah, I will though stop to take a shower. Like,
Yeah.
I shower every day, so like, and plus like what I typically do during that time is like I'll legit just be in there just like stretching out. And I'll take like a 20-minute shower, like, you know, make myself, you know, nice and like relaxed, and then get back to walking. Because like that
Yeah.
20-minute shower does like make like a huge difference. Because I'm like, oh, I still gotta walk for another like 5 or 6 hours tonight. So like it helps me, it helps break it up too.
Yeah, but I'm still on the side of take small breaks. just try not to be like, because if you like take too many little breaks, then like you sort of. I found I sort of get lazy about it, and I just like get like longer with the breaks.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I try to stop as like little as possible.
The Polynesian spa.
Although bathroom breaks are something I'll still do because like it's just not fun being uncomfortable like that.
Oh, let's not fall off the Farlands. Thank you. Speaking of bathroom breaks,
Yeah, I mean I'm about to go to bed, so
you're gonna go to. Oh, you're gonna stop at 28 and a half, or
no, I'm stopping for the night because it's almost 10. And I'm gonna go to 5.
oh, you're going now.
Yeah, like another minute. Oh, well,
Yeah, right.
we're right now.
Well,
We get to
I
set.
guess I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later as well.
Okay.
Have fun walking.
Chocolate.
Well, that's enough walking. And as always, thanks for walking.